So after coding for 8 hours, I took a break, and now I just want to resume. Okay, so we're working on this part here. Okay, I'm just working on this part of the API keys. So last time yesterday we saw how to customize the form. You can customize the form. You can see the form, and you can also share the form very easy like this. And then for the reviews, you can just go ahead and see all the reviews. As you can see here, we have 3 reviews, and it is really nice. Now the another part we just want to work on is this API keys. So in this part of the API keys, we will have like uh, the part of generating the API keys. That's the part I really want. Let's see how we are going to pull this off. I'm just going to go to upload thing.
ClickUp is an
I'm just going
all-in-one
to,
productivity software.
sorry, I just want to go to upload link. I just want to show you like something I'm talking about when it comes to the API keys. Now there are two ways. Like sometimes when you go to API keys, you find already like they have already generated for you these the API keys, and then you can either create the API key and then like you do that. We just want to have a button like when someone just comes and creates a new API key. That's the one we want. Okay, where you can generate the API keys. Okay, so I'll just like have a simple heading like this one. So let me just go to that. Let me first scroll some other. So I'm just going to go to dashboard. Here, I'm just going to create a new file or a new folder called API. I'm just going to say API key. Okay, and then inside here, I'm just going to create a page.tsx, just like that. RFC. Okay, so just going to have here, for instance, h2, where we have these API keys, and I can have also the p tag saying API key, just like this. Let me just make sure that the link we put in the sidebar is also matching. So we have this dashboard API key. If I go back to this and I click on API key, okay, so you can see we have this API key. So I will just go and say this one, view and manage your, this one is going to be Feedbox Sync API key. Okay, so down here we just basically want to basically put um, I'm just going to go ahead and create a button. So we need to have 2 places. I'm just going to create a component that is going to be on the client. this one is going to be API. The one will generate API key. So TSX and C. So I'm just going to have point where I have like a button which says just a button. Okay, which says generate API key. Okay, so then after generating the API key, we need to display that API key somewhere. So we're just going to use the same thing we put in the review in the form page with the copy here. So we just create this link the way you are seeing here. I will copy this, okay, and then put it in this component down here. And let's go back to this. So we have the handle copy, and then we have also this copied. We also have this link. Okay, I will copy that and take it back to this generate API key. Let's just first get these icons. Okay, so basically here we're just going to be copying the API key. So when we generate, it is supposed to get the go ahead and send the API, make a request to the database, and then respond back with that API key, and then we display that API key here. Okay, so for now I'm just going to say API key is equal to maybe A, B, C, D, just something here. Here I'm just going to put API key, just like this. Now let's make this use state, and let's just make this a use client. Okay. So down here is going to be API key. And let's get this component and put it just inside the API key page here. Generate API key. Okay, so if we just view here, let's see. Okay, so we have here this the generate button, and here we have just like copy the API key, and this is the API key. We have a way of streaming and showing only the last figures. We're not going to show this in the we're not going to show this all of the API key here, just to avoid exposing it. We just simply put just copy. Okay, so if you just come here, just here add some padding. Is just going to say copy the API key, and then for the button, I'm just going to put here class name, maybe ISO space Y06. Okay, so let's also add just add it like this. Okay. Great. So we just need now to create an async function that is going to run when we click that button. So I'm just going to have here async function generate API key. Okay. So basically it's supposed to take in the project ID. So we know we can just go and get the project ID here in the form also. So we can just go and get the project, and basically we get also the project ID, just like this. So I just right now want to console.log. If I just say const project ID, project ID is equal to project.id. I just want to console.log project ID, just like so. Okay, so let me just go to the console. Just like so. Let's go to the console. Okay, so if I just click on this, okay, we haven't put on click. So here on click generate API key. So let's go ahead and click on this. So you can see we have the project ID. So I want to use this project ID to generate the API key. Okay, so we just want to make it dry. So I'm just going to create a server action for that. So come here, we can duplicate categories, and we call this one a API keys .ts. We just need to have a few of these. Maybe we can also leave the delete. So remove the create part. So we just need to get here, create API key. This one is going to take in the project ID. This is going to be a string. Okay. I'm just going to remove this. Okay, so for this, of course, it will be authenticated. So I'm just going to go ahead and I'm just going to go ahead here and so we have the first of all we have the API key. So before we generate this, if you just go to the schema, we have the schema for the API key. It is here. It has the key and the project ID. Those are the most important things, the key and the project ID. So we need to generate the key. Okay, we need to generate the key. So how I want to generate the key is I want to use crypto. I've not used crypto. Um, I've not used crypto. I've been using UUID, but in this case, I'm just going to use crypto. So basically, what we want to do is want to want to go ahead and generate the key, set it to character key. Okay, I don't know if there's any chance that this character can be already there, but it is good that we could just make sure this doesn't. But even if it exists, it will not exist for this, maybe for this project. Okay, so just going to generate the site2 character key, and then we just go ahead and now create the API key with that project ID. Okay. So let's first generate the API key. So the API key is just going to use the random variables I was searching before here using ChatGPT. So there is this random bytes thing. As I've said to you, like it is using crypto. Now in early days, crypto used to have there was an AP a module. If you just search, for instance, online very fast, and you say, for instance, crypto crypto npm. If you search, for instance, crypto npm, you said this package is no longer supported. It's now built in node module. So node.js is now having crypto out of the box, and we can use it by importing like these random bytes from the crypto. This one gives us to generate the characters you want. So moving on with this one, we can just go ahead and um, first of all, we have to do this check here. Okay, before you generate the key. So after getting this project ID, you have to go ahead and check if this. So here, you have to first go ahead and check if, for instance, this project exists. So here I'm just going to say db dot project dot find unique where id is equal project. So we have to find this project really exists, and if that project does not exist, uh, and we can also just check, because for a project you can check here in the schema that for the project, a project has a user id, so we can also check that. Okay, if we want to take it to one more step further of protection, because this is something that you need to be very careful, so we could just like go here and get a user. I'm just going to say const users on top here. We can also go ahead and say const, maybe let's put this here. Since it is also const user, is going to be, just first get the session is equal to await get server session, and let's pass in the host options. So from here we can just say const user is equal to session dot user. So you can just say get this, and then we can also just say if no user. So here just going to return like the status of not authorized. So here you can just, instead of returning this, we can return you can just go and return this status of 401. So you can just say return data. Here we can, let me just remove this. You could just say data to null, and then error. Okay, not authorized. Okay, this is not like it happened, because the person, by the time they make the request, they are already logged in. So this is not more like it, but it's just a check you need to have. So here data error, and then status of 401. So then we check for the project. So project is our DB project, find this. So if there is no project, or project.useid is not equal to user.id, then we can also again return this. The same is 404, so we can return this. Here we just going to say not found, and the status is 404. So when that one happens, then we can go ahead and generate the API key by using random bytes 32. So this one we just generate a 32 character, and now we can just go ahead and create that API key here. Okay, so we can just go ahead and create this API key. This is db dot API key create, and we pass in the key and the project ID. Okay, and you can see we get this from the project, the one we found here using the project ID. So the one we pass in help us to get that project, and from that project we get the project ID. So from that we just don't have to revalidate anything. We can just like return So we just have to return the first of all also the similar way here, status of 201. Okay, so data is going to be new API key. Error is going to be null, and status is going to be 201 created. So here we return null, or you can just like return this for entire object for something data null error. You can just say something. We say failed to create API key, and the status is 500, just like that. So this one will just create an API key. Uh, you could have also a delete maybe. Delete API key. You have this deleted API key db.api key. Yeah. So we have this. Now we can just go back to this generate API key component. So at this point we can just do a try catch. And in this first one, we're just going to say, so we'll just say here, const API key set API key is equal to use state API key. So here by default, I'm just going to make it empty. So this one I can remove it. So I will also just hide this whole entire thing if the API key is not there. So this one I will just say API key. So only and only if the API key is there, then they show this. And then for this one, we also have we are going to have also the loading button. So you can just go charge, click on the button, go to the loading button, and we can just copy this. Okay, and then you can just go here and say if loading. So you can just first check loading. If loading is true, now we can also just do loading here, const loading set loading is equal to use state. So you can just come here and restart with false. Now let's first put true so that we just see the loading button. So here just say if loading is true, then we can add this loading button. Here is we will just add this normal button. Can just like import this. So here you're just going to say generating, please wait. Okay. So if we just go back here to this here, and just go back here to dashboard API key. Okay, I know it is okay. Okay, so you can see here generating increase weight. That's what we want. So I'm just going to go ahead now. I set it false. This false. Okay, so when we come here on this try here, I'm just going to say const response is equal to await create API key, just like this, and then let's pass in the project ID. So there are a lot of responses that you can get here. Maybe the only response we might be interested in. So we have the one of the user, the project not found. Maybe we could just like check the one of 404. So we could just say if response dot status is equal to 404. If there is something not to write here. Oh, sorry. Okay, so just do this if response dot status is equal to 404. That means the project was not found. You could just like say maybe here also say it const db error set db error is equal to use state. Okay, so here we could just say set db error to response dot error. Okay, so here you could just also it can just be like string owner. No, not on this, on the db error here. Okay, so we can say this to that, and then we can just say else if the response dot status is equal to 201. That's the one we want. Then we can set the API key to response. So here we just get back the response dot data dot. So if you just look at this, we have the key. Okay, we have the key, and then it says string or undefined. Does not say to. Okay, so either way, we can just like also just put here the this can be string string null. Okay. So here again, well, we have this one string isn't assignable to parameter string. So here we could just say also that this one will not have any problem, but we can just say if API key. So we can just say here if API key, just like this, so that we make sure that it is there. So this is still string or undefined. So this one is supposed to be undefined. Okay. So we set it to this. Okay. And here just going to say errors. And by the way, on all these instances, we need to return. So you can just say here return and also set loading to false. And that means here we just need set loading to true, set loading to true. And then here we just need to set also set loading to false. Okay. We could also toast dot success toast dot success API key created. Okay, so else here we'll have this. Uh, Here I'm just going to say console.log error. And also here just going to say, yeah, you can say console.log the error. So for the DB error, we're going also to put it somewhere here. If there is DB error, and so you can just like add a p tag showing the DB error. Let's go ahead and give text red, maybe this, padding y of registers 3, px of 6, rounded lg, bg of red 50. For now, let's just say db error. I'm just going to give it something went wrong, so they can just see the styles. Okay, yeah, so that looks very okay. You can just go ahead and remove it. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we just need to demonstrate now, generate API key, and we see if this works. So I'm just going to click generate, and you can see here the key was generated, and the key is here. This is a 32 character API key. So you just simply need to copy this and you put it in your application. Okay. So we could even just like create a variable for someone, and then so they just like work on masking it, and maybe we only show the last character. So if I want to show the last, maybe the last 4 characters, in Tailwind or CSS, how would I mask the first API characters and show the last 5? So we want something like this. Oh, okay, so you just have to do slice. Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to do this. Okay. So here, instead of showing the whole entire API key here, I'm just going to instead mask it. So just put these first characters and then we show only the last 5 using the slice. I think that is a more wise instead of showing a lot of characters, that is more secure. Okay, maybe good to show. So we could just show, sorry. That's that. Um, I think we could just so just want to say I want the stars to be equal to the number of masked characters. Okay, so here is the API key. We can have the masked one. Down here, for instance, is possibly undefined. You can just do if API key is there, then we do this. We could just say errors, we set it to that. So you can also just use now the masked. So here we can just simply use the masked key and just see. Do we need to use font mono? I'm not so sure, but we can also just try font mono. Yeah, so you can see that we have this kind of scenario here. Okay, so but you can copy this. So if you copy and let's paste it here, so you can see you have the whole entire key. Okay, great. So we can now create, generate, and also mask. Okay, we can mask our key just using the JavaScript repeat function. So so the symbol dot repeat, you give it the length -5, and here we just show the last ones. It's a cool technique. Okay. So now maybe we could also put a to delete the API key. There are those ones who give it a name, but here we're just going to have only that. And maybe we just only add also a bit to delete that API key. So I'm just going to put another button. So after this one, I'm just going to put another button for deleting the API key. So I'm just going to come here. Just simply put button. Okay. Yeah. I'm just going to come here and put the trash. I think it's called trash. Okay, so this one, I'm just going to give it a variant of destructive. Maybe a variant of outline. This one text red 500. Okay, so that is the delete. We have to make it wherever we just did flex. I just want to make it use flex wrap so that if it doesn't fit, it just wraps on the next line. So we just need to make this one to delete. Um, I'm just going to say is far trash and say let's see this one. Okay. I will just go ahead and now write another function that deletes that API key. Just going to have this. You say delete API key. So in this, I think I'm just going to use the delete API key. I will just put in the key, the API key itself. Okay, if response, so here we can just like do only one. If raise dot okay, I think it has dot okay. This delete API key, okay. We did not sort of complete this. So let's just take in apex in uh, uh wait, not this one. I just need oh I just say here and delete. So I just going to import this. Okay, so I'm just going to first go here. And I will put this if ID, then to do this. And I think this one should be the key. We could, I think, use also the key here. And we say where key. It can just also delete using the key. We could just also return status. You say status of 200, and maybe we can just like check for this. Let me just go back to this here. If response dot status, okay, is equal to 200. Okay, then we just have to toast. We can maybe toast set API key to empty, toast API key deleted. And then for this one, we can just say if it is we pass in that we don't need the project ID. And if we just say also don't need, I guess, loading. I don't know. You could just like do the the loading here. You can just say set loading false. Even here say loading false. Okay. So I think now we're able to call this handle delete. It takes in the API key. Okay. So we can just come here to this delete, and we can just put here this on click to handle delete. Okay. And you can also show that if it is loading, then okay, we can just bring the loading button from somewhere here. I'm just going to remove this. Okay. Okay, great. So maybe we have to have another loader. I'm just not going to put this one for, I will not put the loader for this one. Let me just leave it like that. So we can just tap and delete this. And you can see that it has also disappeared. And that's because it was there in state, it was not fetched on the page. So I think uh, that that is very okay. We are not going to keep it. You could also just like either keep it or we could also leave it as a view once. There are some which like you view once, but we could just also just like fetch it on this page using the project ID. So I think I'm just going to go to here, API keys, and you can just see get project API key. So you can just go to somewhere here. The way we have, I'm just going to copy one of these functions and let's add it here. So we can just say get project API key, project API key, and then you can just say API key is equal weight to API key dot find unique where project ID. If you just go to the schema, API key has this. So if you just go to the project, a project can I think have, okay, a project can have a various API key, so cannot be the how did we make a project have various API keys? It's supposed to be a one-to-one, like a project has one API key. Couldn't have like a project to have various API key. That relationship is not good. Because I mean, if I see a project cannot have a project can actually have various API keys. That is true. Okay, so we can just like fetch project API keys. Yeah. So let's just like leave it like that. We can just go here instead. Okay, so this is get project API keys, just like that. So const API key is our DB dot find. So here just have to be find penny where project ID, and this will be project API keys, and then here's API keys. You find many of them. So I will go back to like from here. I will just get this, copy that, and let's go to generate API keys. Here we can just have use effect, and then just say get API keys. This one is going to be API keys is equal to await. So you can just come here. Get project API keys. Then here we can just have the keys. API keys, set API keys, and this is going to be an array of API key. Okay, so here you can just say set API keys to API keys. These ones. Let's call this gate. Okay. So how are we going to do that? So we can just go here. We can just simply map through this. And we can just come here and we just say if API keys and API keys dot length greater than 0, then we can put a div and within that div I'm just going to go ahead and do API keys dot map. Then you have key. Okay, return this. So we can put the key here equaling to key dot ID. Okay, so you can just create this masked. So let's just go ahead and copy this. Bring it inside here. Okay. You can just say must API key, and let me just use it here. And this one is going to be equal to key. So to get the to get this I don't think I just need to do this. So here you can just put like this. So I can put key dot key. Even here is going to be key dot key. just like that. Okay, so everything should just remain the same, and that means this handle delete must take in ID at this point. This must take in key, and that means we're just going to call it just like this. I'm just going to pass in key dot key. Okay, then let's go to handle delete. It should take in key of string, and it is the one you're just going to put in here key. So this one should remain. So there is an error somewhere. So here where we have this API key, um, here where we handle this handle delete, I'm just going to say that it's going to be now handle delete, and then we can just say pass in the API key just like that. Okay, so everything should now remain like this. I wonder why this blue thing is, I think it is occupying the whole entire thing. So even if we refresh right now, we'll have like one API key here. Okay, we'll have one API key just like that. So if we generate the second one, okay, let's first try to delete this. Okay, so I think when we delete, we need to refresh the page because as you can see, there is none. Okay, so let me just go to the delete. Where we have this loading, I'm just going to say here delete. Deleting set, deleting. Okay, so I'm just going to come here to this set deleting. Even this one is going to be set deleting. Set deleting. Okay, so this one we can just come here to when we just talk about like deleting. If this is true, I'm just going to copy this. I'm just going to say maybe deleting. Okay. Uh, we have to do the same thing to copy this. We have to do the same thing to this. Here, just key. Okay. So we have that scenario. So I'm just going to go ahead and generate an API key. Okay, so it has been created. You can just go ahead and copy this and then use it. Okay, so you can just go ahead and generate. So you could just like if right away generate another one, it will replace this one right away. But then if you refresh the page, it will be there. I think in the future the API keys they will be given the names, the API keys to have the name, like you call it the name so that you can just record it. But for now, let's just leave it like that. If I generate a second one, it will first replace this one, which is not a good one. If you wanted, you consider now two API keys. Okay. Since we are here, so what we would do is we could just go ahead and keep this, right? And then after doing this, we can just do window, do to location, do it reload, just like this, so that it reloads the page so that you can just get just like that. Okay, so this now concept of the API key, we can just like remove it. Let's just first go ahead and put on this p space y or 4, and then for this div, okay, okay, uh, we could just put the time, we could just like put the time here when it was generated, since I'm just going to say with this one. I'm just going to put a p tag which says generated, and then put here time ago. I'm just going to put time ago, and let's pass in key dot created at. Okay, so this will just like tell us the time when this key was generated, like generated 4 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago. So the new ones should go on top. That means that we can just go to the actions, API key actions, where we're getting get project this. We can just say order by. Okay, order by. Is it just like this? I think something like this. So that the new ones, if I refresh, the new ones should just be so you can see the new ones go on top and this go down. Okay. I'm just going to give this. I will just give this a max width of 3XL. Let's first look at that. Okay. 4XL. Okay, so that is very much okay. Mm, yeah, I'm just going to do that. So we have the two API keys, which is really great. We can copy and we can also delete. So when we delete, basically what we need to do is when we delete, we need to reload the page so that, so also when you delete, here if everything is okay, so just going to say window dot location dot reload, just like this. So if we go ahead and try to delete, so if we delete, let's say this one, okay, so we say we have only one, okay, and we might just like not say this whole deleting thing. You might just like really not consider it. just give a very quick experience. Okay, so we can create the API key. We can now what we need is these the endpoints. Okay, and finally the components, and then the app will be done. So let's go to the endpoints, and after this, remind me to put the icons. I will work on those icons so that they match. So let's go to the endpoints. So here I'm just going to create another one, which is endpoints. Just go here, new folder, endpoints, and say the just create page the tsx page the tsx rfc h2 endpoints. So if I just go to this, we can just say endpoints. So what I want this page to look like, basically, if I just take you to, if I take you to this other app or the inventory app, just to show you what I mean, I'm just going to go ahead and go to the dashboard. If I go to API integration, so we just need to create something like this. Okay, so this is just going to help us to, for instance, if you have the product endpoints, you have like this request, and then you have the endpoint you can copy just like this. Okay, you have just like an endpoint you can do this, and then it shows you the response. Yeah, that's what you want. Just two things. You have the endpoint, and then you also have this response. Okay, so this is something we're just going to do. So let me just, so to implement this, I think we need to go to the sub docs. Now if you just go to reusable components, I'm just going to try to reload. Where is it? On these reusable components, there is this custom code snippet. If you just come down here, there is this custom code snippet component. Okay, so the first thing we're just going to use, so this a React code block package. You can just go and check on it. React code block, it is here. So React code block can just help you to give you a way you can have a code block with a copy button. Basically, it gives you something like this, where you can just copy like this. Okay, so that's what we want. So I will first install this package. I will just go down, just here like this, clear, and let's install code blocks. So after install, there is here custom code block component. So you're just going to create a component called custom code block.tsx. So I will go in components. Okay, I'll go in dashboard. Let me create custom code block.tsx. Okay, and just go ahead and copy this, just like that. I think it is just, it uses uh, highlight JS, okay, to do its things. So we have something like this. There is, if I'm to explain about this, there is when you have a link, you can have a code string, the language you want to show, and you want, so if you want to show line numbers and also the href. So if href is there, then you show this wrap in a link. Sometimes you want the code block to be in a link, or if it is not, then you want it to be like that. So this is the code block component, and this is well explained in their documentation here. You can just go to the code block documentation and you explore. They have the demos in the sandbox, and you can just see, but basically they give you this copy block. Okay, so I'm using the copy block as you can see here. So after creating this, let's create another page. The usage here, I'm just going to copy this and let's go to the actual page. Okay, maybe I'm just also going to create it nearby here. I will just say, let me just go and say in the dashboard, just call create endpoints. Sorry, I'll just do endpoints.tsx, endpoints.tsx, and I'm just going to paste this. I will change this from product endpoints to endpoints. Okay. So first of all, we'll have to go and create the API that fetches that. So that we can just copy the response. We copy all these sample code blocks. Okay. We just like copy these code blocks to show here. Okay. So let's just go ahead and first of all create the API. That the API you want to create is specifically is going to be fetching the reviews. Okay, we're just going to create the API that's going to be fetching all these reviews. So we already have that. So if I just go here to app, we already have somewhere with API here. So you can just create V1. Just always want to create versioning. So just create API and then create V1. Inside the V1, let's go ahead and create another folder, for instance, reviews. Okay, just like this. And inside the reviews, let's create brags. The TSX, I think it's TS, sorry. Okay, so you can just go ahead and create our first endpoint here, export. So I just want to get this endpoint here. Okay. So up here, we can have this endpoint. Okay, the gate. First of all, when you're just making this, let me just first get this. Okay, I just put here. So export async function get. We're just getting request. I'm just going to first get this next response. So the question is actually how we get this API key, because we need to get the API key so that we can actually um, be able to fetch this. Okay, so I'm just going to go and say, so the API key is going to be coming from the headers. Okay, so just going to give it this. You could just give it any key you want. This key here, you can just like name it, for instance, Feedbox API key. Anything you want, you can pass it here. Just leave it X API key. So get it, and then if there is no API key, there is nothing we can do. Okay. Then from so if it's like making, we have to get, everything is going to be depending on this API key. Okay. And then you have to go ahead and get the API key. Here, just get the DB. Okay. After getting the API key, you get a record that belongs to this API key by finding API key unique. And from this, you will get the project. Okay, so after getting, if there is no API project, of course, we just say invite API key, but now we want the reviews. We're just going to get DB. Okay, so get reviews by finding many where project ID is API key record dot API. So you can see how that API key is really important. It gives us the project ID from which we fetch everything, and then we return these reviews. To test this endpoint, we'll have to use Postman. I don't know if we can just like use our own. Yeah, we're just going to use, we'll test it. We'll try to test it, I guess. Send these, the headers. It's going to be really tricky. I'm just going to try to see how you're going to set the headers. I want to be realistic. I might just create another application to test this. I know we can test with Postman, but I really want to test with um I really want to test with another application. Okay. Uh, so this is the API endpoint. Okay. So testing this API endpoint is going to be, just going to try Postman. I don't know how I'm going to set the headers, but we just have to use Postman. Okay. So where we have the endpoints, uh, what error do we have here? We have this product count, and then here product count. I'm just going to put like 5. Okay. I just put like 5, just like that. And then you just go these endpoints. I'll just go to dashboard, endpoints here. And I'm just going to show this. Okay. Okay. I'm just going to refresh this page. Okay, so Here, just going to give it a heading, and then we shall replace with the actual things here. Okay, like in terms of what it returns and so on and so forth. And then we'll just also install a font specifically for this, so that it can just to look somehow, I guess, nice. Right now it looks so much boring. Okay, we'll install the font here. I'm just going to fonts.google, and we can just get a font named Jet. I think it's called JetBrains. Okay, this one here. Okay, so just click on this, and already we have it in here. Just embed, get the CSS one. I'm just going to copy this. Let's go to global.css. Sorry, global.css. I will put it on top here. You can create just a class called dot font jet. Is going to be, so you can just go ahead and copy this font family here. Okay, just like this. So let's go ahead and try getting this component, which is endpoints, and maybe I don't know where you had used it. Where can we use it? I'm not so sure, but they just say here font Jade. I don't know if it is wise to make the whole page or just to have only the code block, I guess. But nevertheless, this was looking okay, I guess. Just going to apply to, I just apply this to, we can apply this to code block. Wherever we have the code block, I guess. Let me see. I could just go here and, yeah. So we have this font jade already. Okay, so these other ones, let's just leave them. It is only this one to change. Okay. Uh, so I just want to first go ahead. If you go up here in the endpoint, you can just remove this H2. So first of all, we want to customize this endpoint. We don't want so many endpoints. I will just leave this one. This one, no. Okay. So get all project reviews. You can access the list of, here you can just like, can access a list of all, here of all your reviews. So reviews here. Okay. So you have that JSON code block. So starting from here, let me just remove this. Okay. Um, okay, great. Here, this one is going to be reviews. Uh, just say reviews. Okay. Reviews. Okay. Okay, great. Um, so what we need is to test the endpoint, and I'm just going to open my postman here and try. Okay. So if you just have like something like this here, there is where these headers here, and on the header you can set a key. So I think the key we need to set on our headers. I'm just go to sort of like API. Let me just go to API v1 route. So you can see the headers. We are saying the headers get this X API key. Let's go to this postman, and the under headers, let's say the key to be this, and let's give it a value. So for the value, let's go to the API keys here, and let's copy this. I don't know, the copy functionality is no longer working. Let's just go and check. Generate API keys. Let's go and see here. So the copy is here. It's just taking in handle copy. So what does handle copy do? Oh, okay. So here it has taken the key. So handle copy has taken the key. In fact, API key, string, right? It has taken API key string, and then it is what they are going to copy. So going back to this function here is going to be handle copy, and let's pass in key dot key, just like that. So we just go and try now. Okay, just going to refresh to make sure everything is okay. Okay, so copy this. It is now copying. Let's take it to postman and let's paste it here. Okay. Uh, okay, so now we need to paste the endpoint. So the endpoint is localhost 3000. API reviews, actually, just like this. I think API version reviews, something like this. So you should just go back to the body. Just take the body or send response. Just look at the headers. Let me send. Okay, so they bring back an empty array, meaning that they really saw this, I guess, the API key. Like they have brought back this different one, like empty array. I wonder if we don't put, if we just put like, I put capital H here. Okay, so you can see message here, invite API key. Okay. What I just want to return here, can we first return? I just want to go back to this API. So here, just like finding this API key. So the API key was gotten, and then we have the API key record. Can we just first return the API before we get the reviews? I just want to get these. Oh, actually, let me just first remove the approved true. Okay. Uh, go back here and let's send one more time. Okay, because you're still having the invalid key here. Remove this, send one more time. Okay, so you can see we actually have the reviews. Okay, we have the reviews. Okay, the only thing is that if you just look at the approved, they are all having approved false, right? So let's just like work on the approved functionality. I thought we worked on it. Let's just see here. Okay, we need to add another button either here or here. They want to approve. So let me just go to reviews. Just going to go to dashboard reviews, more especially to the column. I'm just going to add another button, columns. Okay, so we have this view component. I just want to add another one. Just duplicate this. Okay, just come here, and so it's going to be approved. We get this. So now this is just going to be a button. We don't need to put a lot of things here. I need the trigger. So it is a trigger here. That's the only one I just want to return. So return this. I'm just going to say approve. Now, depending on this, we can change the color and the variants. So here, just going to instead create a component where we pass this, maybe review something. So let me just right now say approve. So I will just copy and create approve reviews. So here, approve reviews btn dot tsx rfc. Okay, just going to return here just a button. We just say approve. Let me just get this approve reviews. Just approve review button. Let me just go and call this in the reviews page here, reviews columns. So here, I will call this. Okay, let's pass in the review, all of it. Just like this is going to be review. Now we could just only pass in two things, but I just passed in the this review. So we just go here. We can just accept this review, and we can also say review from review Prisma. And first of all, I'm just going to say const status is going to be equal to review dot status or dot approved. So here I'm just going to say if status is true, then I'm just going to, for instance, approved. Ls is going to be showing approve. You can just also change the button color. So here I'm just going to say padding y of 2, maybe 1.5, pixel 3. So just going to say, for instance, depending on the color, I'm just going to say here cn. Okay, and let's say by default this, and let's say if status is true, that means we can apply, for instance, bg green. So we can have either a bg of like this with text of green dark. Okay, here is we're just going to have maybe bg red, and then text red. Okay, I'm just going to make this one 50. Let's go ahead and make this rounded, maybe LG. So only with that, we should just have like a button here appearing. Okay, so you can just say here it is having this approve. I want the text to read. So right now we have this BG rate 50. Oh, the other text to read 700. I'm not sure. If I just make this one true, I'm just going to make this one true, and I see. Okay, so if you just make it you can see here that it really looks nice. I'm just going to make it also to have a border. So if you just a border, and then for this one, it's going to have border green 700. So this is BG red 50, text red 600. I don't know why this one was not showing. Okay, let's first see the border. Okay, so this just helps us to click this. And then we have, okay, maybe here just so pending. Okay. Um, let's see border red 700. So just make this false. Okay. So you can see here we can just say approved, and then it is saying pending. I think I should just like give it that column another name of either status or something. Okay. So we just need, if we click it, okay, it should just like change it if it is pending to true. So I'm just going to go ahead and put this. Okay. Okay, great. So we just need to update as if we have that approving the update status something. I just first see here. Get single, I think like update review settings. Create review. I think we don't have it there. Reviews. Update review status. Okay, so you can see here we have update review status, which takes in actually approved, and then it comes here. Whatever you do, it just does that. So great. So I'm just going to go here and get this update approved, and let's go to this approve here. I'm just going to have async function here. So you just have async function handle approve, and just go ahead and do this try catch. Okay, constant response is equal to await. Okay, so here I'm just going to say constant log. All right. You can just pass in the opposite of the status. Okay, I'm just going to put in the opposite of the status. Let's see here. Expected two arguments. Okay, ID and okay. So you could just also go here and say const a review ID is going to be review dot ID. So just put here review ID and then comma status. So if you just look at this, it takes in the ID. That's why you see where ID. So that is the ID of the review. Okay, so we do this. We can just like first of all make this use client. Okay, and then const review. Sorry, we could just say loading. Say loading is equal to use state. Okay, yes, set is false. So after this, you can just say set loading to true. Okay. So if we wanted an instant response, which is I'm not going to do that. Like, what if the error happens? We could just like use state here. Okay, we set this one to be the default. When it changes, blah blah, like that. Um, I'm not going to do that. Let me see. Okay, we could just like put in here. So const status. So you could just say status, set status. Okay, set status is equal to use state. So we start by default. We're just going to start with review.status. Review.approved. So we just start with this one. Okay, just like this. So we start by default with this. Now, when everything becomes okay, okay, so here we can just say set status to raise dot approved. Now, argument boolean is not assignable type. Okay, we can just say default status right here, but we are setting to this, and then it should be able to change with time. We can also toast the success. Okay, and you just like state review updated successfully. Okay, so now if we just uh, go ahead and say handle this, so this button, I can just say on click and approve. Now here we just have this. Now there's also a scenario whereby we are having like it is loading. I'm just going to say here if it is loading, just going to say disabled is equal to loading, just like this. Then here, so we could just like do this. We could add one more condition here, I guess. If we wanted, we could just say if there is status, okay, and loading at the same time, and this is true, then we could just say loading, like I think we could just say updating. Yes, we could show the approve. Okay. Now I'm not sure which color like which color it can show, but we need to go ahead and you want to click on this. Okay, so let me just click on the first one. Okay, you can see approved and it has changed. Then just refresh to confirm if it has been approved. Yeah, so you can see it has been approved. So this other condition is actually not working, of which I'm just also going to remove it actually. So basically, if you wanted to show loading, I don't know if it is just like important you show it, but I'm always just like care about those small interactions. So you can just say uh, if it is loading, it is true, then uh, we can show a p tag of of updating. Okay. Okay, so we have one approved. Let's just try now to test. Let's just try and approve the second one. Just going to approve this one, so you can see here updating. Okay, so after this, it has to be set to false. So after here, set status to this, we have to set loading to false. Okay, just like that. Okay, so now let me just do this another one, this one. Okay, just like refresh the page. Okay, they are all approved. Let me disapprove this. Okay, so if I click this, okay, so you can just like update it. Okay. Okay, so I want just the word change to pending, not approved instead. Yeah, a pending. Okay. Yeah. That's great. So now if we just go to our API endpoint, now that we have two approved, let's go to the API and let's put approved now. And let's go back to the postman. Remember, we still have the headers with this X API key. And let's go and make this. Okay, so you can see here, we have two. Okay, we have two that are approved, which this is really nice. So I'm just going to go here and copy this. Okay. Now, in most cases, this is a not how you are supposed to respond, create a response. So you might just like need to create a standard response to this API. If you just look at how I made the response here, the response has like the success, it has the error, and then it has the data. So we can just like make the response in that. So you can just come here and then you say that we're just going to return. So you can just say, actually, the most important one I think is, so we have success, true, error, and data. So we have success. Success is true. Uh, error to null. And then data to reviews. Just like this. And then you can just like attach after this one. Okay, you can just like attach the status, and of which I think it comes by default. If I just again send the request, the status of 200 comes by default. Okay, you can see here, and you can see here we have success, error, and then we have the data having all these. Okay. So all of them you just like have to return this kind of object. So for instance, all these other ones. So these, I'm just going to copy this. And here you can just like put the status actually. So you can just like put comma, status. I think you can put status. This one is 200. This is how you can attach the status. So just going to copy this. Here we have 401 invite API key. So we'll just return something like this. Success false error invite API key invalid API key and the data null, right? Status it was 401. Okay, if you want to target for that, and then the same thing to this API is required status 401. Okay, so you can just come here, success false, error API key is required, API key is required. Okay, and then data is null, status 401. Okay, so we have this. Now let's just go and test. We can test from here. So if I just go back to the headers, for instance, I'm just going to go ahead and cut this off, save. Let's go and make a request. Okay, so you can see here success false, error API key is required, data null. Okay, so I just like someone can target on this. Okay, you can target this and also the 401. Okay, I don't know if like that is like the unauthorized. You can just like target also that. So if we put back the key, where you just add like H, send, you can see invite API key this time. And then if we just remove H and send, we have the stuff. So I just want to copy this JSON. Okay, just want to copy this JSON and go to the endpoints. So go to the endpoints. Up here, while we have this, so this is all reviews code string. I'm just going to paste here this. We don't need to put two, we're just going to put only one. Okay, you can just like put this. And the count, we don't need it. So I'm just going to come here and in this all reviews for the string. So let's go back to our app. We have here endpoints. Okay, so you can see we have now request all project reviews is going to be like this. Now, by the way, if you try to review this in the browser, you shouldn't see anything. As you can see here, if you try to go to the browser, you get back this error API key is required. Okay, so there is no way you can just really look at this. Okay, so that's great. Now, one thing maybe we could just like put, I feel like for each endpoint, we could just put also the code sample, maybe for a fetch or something. I'm not so sure. Yeah, I'm just like going to simplify this. If you're using Next.js, we could create for you a server action that is going to use that you can just copy and get this. So for each endpoint, okay, I'm just going to go here. Just go here in the reviews. Um, what do we need? What do we need? What do we need? What do we need? Okay, so I would want to create a server action. Um, this is going to be for the fetch. Okay, so we're just going to get here under API keys. I'm just going to create another server action. This one is the one we're just going to help someone to get fetch fetch reviews by API key. So we could just like have this. I don't know if we're just going to test that, but if you just go down here, so someone has to have these, uh, like has to set the API keys, and also need a, actually there is no need of a project ID after realizing we don't need a project ID. The API key is enough to really find that. So accessing the environment, making sure. So I just want to create sort of a fetch endpoint. So I will just do this. Okay. Just say gate. I think just export async function. Export async function. Gate uh project reviews. Okay, gate project reviews. Maybe by API key. Okay, just something like this. And let me just do this. Export. Okay, so we have this fetch async. We don't need to do that. Just copy inside, just like this. So just get API keys. So basically, mm, so it has to have the API URL. Let me just scroll down something like Yeah, something like this, I guess, is what we need. So I'm just going to try. Okay. Just try like this. Okay. So first of all, we need to have next public. This we're just going to call it, well, we're just going to rename this one to Feedbox API. This is going to be like Feedbox. Okay. So you're going to the Feedbox API URL. So this is the API URL, which has, of course, which will be all of it. We just go ahead and put it this one. It will also use this API. I'm just going to also code Feedbox API key. Feedbox. Feedbox. Okay. Okay. Feedbox API key. So you just need like these, and you can see we are passing in the headers here. X API key, and then you have this process.api just like that. And if there is no response, so you get this response fetch past the headers. And then if there is no response, then you can return here. Just it is not okay. There is if there is no response dot success maybe. So here we could target for those different we could target for these different statuses. Response dot status equal, for instance, 401, then return. So this one is just going to be like return. So return the object. You could just return. So if you're just going to use this API key on the front end, okay. I just saw just like you, it's good that you just simply get this. Okay, now if you just want to show the errors, like here return, you could just say that maybe error to response would actually error, because there is error in this. I don't know, await fetch. The problem is that this will not have like, I think, TypeScript or something. But we could just say here failed fetch. Okay, failed fetch. The failed fetch the reviews. And yeah, could also just say data to null. Yeah, something like this. So you have error and data. And then you could also just go ahead. If you wanted, you could console.log response. Good. I think here is supposed to, if we're using JSON, we're supposed to use, uh, we have to first get that, I think, const that is equal to await response dot JSON. Suppose first get this and convert it into like data. We already have somewhere that what is it? Yes. Okay, so we already have data somewhere. So I have already, that's why um actually here I just say dot success. No, dot status. You can just use the status on the response. Then after you have data, so if everything is okay, just say return data to null. Just data to here is going to be response data, maybe results. Just call this one results, and then here's going to be results dot. Now it cannot just know, but it is dot data here. Okay, so we can. Oh no, this one is null. Just put it here. For this one, just consider log error, just like this. So this is the one that we're just going to help this person to use to fetch. So he has to create the sandbox API, Feedbox API URL, and the Feedbox API key. There are the two things you need to put in your project so that you are able to. So we just need to expose this code so that someone can simply copy this for Next.js, and yeah. Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and under the endpoints, I'm just going to put the endpoints and maybe server actions. So let me just go and reviews this where we have the endpoints. So we have these endpoints. Well, we can do this inside the endpoints. Okay, so here we have this. I'm just going to use tabs. So just gonna get the tabs from here, tabs, scroll down to tabs, just go to usage, first import this, okay, just get this, sorry, So we just want to use them here inside here. So first of all, make this width full. So we have two things. We have the endpoints. So by default, we're just going to say endpoints, endpoints. And then we have also the actions. Okay. So here where we have the account, I'm just going to go ahead and copy this or this entire block. I'm just going to put it under endpoints. This is a trigger. It's supposed to have endpoints. And then this is actually where you put this thing. Okay. So here just going to have like the server actions down here. Server actions. So for instance, the first one, I'm just going to go ahead and copy this. So if you just go back here, where we have like request gate, just going to copy the one of response JSON. So this padding y of 3. I will just go inside here. Is that, and I'm just going to say, for instance, this one gate or reviews. Okay. So we just need to show this as a code block. So I will just go here, get the other action we created. This one, we created it under API keys, this one. Okay, they just go back to the endpoints. So you can just say, for instance, const get reviews action. So for this one, we need to okay. So I'm just going to go there and just use this gate review action here. So actions. So you can see here you have the endpoints, and then here you're just going to have the server actions. So for instance, get all projects. So you can just go ahead and create this here. Maybe it helps you to fetch. So you have to tell this person to, for instance, you could guide him by saying, so on top here, you could just go ahead and put like you have to like create this and the feedbox variables in .env file. I don't know how this one is going to look like. Okay. Yeah, so you can just say it is just here, create the next env. And this one, okay, it is also TS. Okay, so yeah, this is good. I will just also add here uh, error to null. So here just to add error null. Okay. Just also going to add this actually in this side. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we have not tested it, but I'm just also going to go ahead and maybe test it in one or the other. Okay, but it is just like now good that he can just use this in his in your Next.js project. Okay, get all project reviews. So you could just like go ahead and put maybe in different languages. Here I'm just going to say serve action. Maybe you put Next.js. So endpoints where we have server action like Next.js. Okay, so let's just move to the last one. For now, endpoints, I'm creating one. Maybe in the future, I will just like create maybe more for the gate, create, and so on. But right now, what we just want is just get the reviews on your site. And after finishing this, we will have to test it, see if we can get them. Okay, so just going to have here now components. So final is going to be components. Let me just go ahead and create that. So inside the dashboard, we have API key, all these. Let me just create components for the components. Page the TSX, RFC. You can just like put H2 of components. Okay. Okay, so this is here. So the components basically we're just going to put different components that he can simply use in his React to show the reviews. So you can just say here and say product reviews tailwind CSS. Maybe we could just like have where we have like project reviews. Okay. Project reviews, a also testimonials. We shall also search testimonials. So here product testimonials. When CSS, so that we can just like have some designs. We can just like copy and add. Okay. You can also just say testimonials, maybe card design or something like that. Just take to get a you can just also get like this. Yeah. So you can have so many ways you can do that. There is dribble, depending on how you want to show it in your app. But they're just going to get like few. Okay. I just like want to get like just want to get like a few of them and then like we use them. So just like get one and use it. Product reviews. These ones are not helpful. They look like they don't have CSS. Okay, this one is looks nice. Okay, there is this component. Then there is these ones. Yeah, I think we just have to come on this. That one is okay. It's going to help us. This one doesn't have product reviews. Okay, we have this one. Okay, we have this. I think this one is also nice. So I think we should just like design the cards, and instead this one is still in the UI. I'll just like design one or two cards that someone can use in their app. Okay. There is also this one, which is also okay. Okay, there is this one. And see here, this one. I just simply create the cards, and then someone can go ahead and use that card in whatever they want. Okay. So since I have a few of them, I think okay, and we have here just going to open this. There is also this. Okay, there is also this. Okay, just to get like I think two will be enough. Okay, like for instance, this one looks nice. Okay, this card looks nice. I just get another one. There is this one. There is this one. Okay, so I'm just going to, for now, for demonstration purposes, I will just design only one card, which is going to be this one. Okay, I'm just going to put this. Okay, so we just design this in our component somewhere. So actually, we just first put this, try to design this very one here. So it starts with a b tag. Let's just say b tag, and it says here 200 people have said how good. So you say here 200 people who finds our product amazing. Okay, so down here we're just going to put our happy clients say about us. So you see here, H2, our happy clients say about us. Okay. Then down here is where we're just going to put the cards. So I will also create here the card function, the review card, just like this. Okay, so the card has a padding, so just return. Let's just go ahead and return a div. Let's say padding of 6, rounded, shadow. So we'll put a small shadow. Then also put like a small border. So let's start on top here with the stars. So first of all, it will be taking review card props. Just say here type review card props, which is going to be, it will have rating, the all the things I guess on this. They just go to this API, just copy here, just like this. It takes in all this ID string, ID string. We have comment, which is a string. We have a rating, which is a number. We have the review name. Okay, which is a string. Just have this review image, which is also a string. And then we have title, which is also a string. We have video link, which is also a string. We have approved, which is a boolean. And we have, so you could just like hide the project ID if you wanted. I don't know if it is okay to have the project ID. The project ID, which is a string. Actually, a project ID has no harm. So we have created art. I'm not sure if this is a string or it is just like date. I'm not so sure. You can also put the updated art, which is just like date. Okay, so these are the props. So to the ones I need in here, I just might need, for instance, a review. We could just send it as data, and this data is going to be of type review props. Okay, so inside here, let's start with that. I'm just going to have the on top here. I'm just going to have by creating array of rate data dot rating, and then dot map here. So I just say return first. So just say here first. Just going to give it a class name of text yellow 500. For this one can just be underscore. We'll just put the key here. Okay, so this we're just going to put it in flex. So even this is in flex, item center space x of 1. This one is going to be justified between, and just because we're just going to have a function here, I'm just going to put time ago. So here we use this time ago function. Let me first go and get this function. I want you to put everything in this page so that it is very easy to copy that code at once. If we just go to time ago function, copy it, and we can just go back to components. So down here, I'm just going to put another function, time ago, and I can just call this time ago function, pass in. I'm just going to pass in data dot created at, just like that. So this is the first part on top here. So we now put the actual comment. So the comment is going to put here dot padding y of 3. So put in a p tag like so. So here I just want to put data.comment. And then down we have the image img. I just add also some after this. Just going to be in flex, I guess. So we have the image, next image, source. Okay. We can just come here and say image source gb data dot review image. Data dot reviewer name. Just give it height of 300. Height with this of 300. Then here you can just like h2 of the name, Jen Wilson. So here I'm just going to put here that dot reviewer name, that dot reviewer title. This is going to be a p tag. Okay. Flex item center and space x of 2. Just give a class name here. Just give width of like 20, maybe height of 20. Let's give rounded full object feed cover. Okay, so we have our card. So you can just use this card in this section here. You can just go here and you just say dot padding y of 8, and then here you can just go in this page and receive const. You can just go ahead and just say reviews is equal to await get project reviews by API key. This one doesn't take in anything. So I will also just have to say these two in. So here, let's just say let's just say, what does this return? Does it return wrapped into the data? Yeah. So this has like this data thing. So you could just do something like when all this done, you could just like the data or just an empty array, and then you can just come here and you say if you have reviews, and reviews the length is greater than 0. If this is true, then we're just going to do something here. Yes, we just also need to do h2 and say no reviews. So for this one, we can just go ahead and map through reviews. So reviews, let map. Item. So you can just go ahead and return the review card. Review card just like this. Here we can just like put in this. We can just like put here data. So to this, let's pass in data, which is going to be equal item, just like this. Now, this we can just give it the review card props. This one, let's give it a number, and then here just put key. Okay. So I'm also just going to go ahead and create those environmental variables, because if you just go and see here, we need to create these two environmental variables, this one and this one. So I'll just go ahead and create them and put, so for the first one, where you have like environmental here, the first one is API key, another one is on the endpoint. So just copy like this endpoint, copy like this. And then I'm just going to go to the API keys. Let me just pause. So I'm just going to create here I'm in my MV, just going to create this as next fabric. So I'm just going to say next fabric feedbox, the feedbox API API URL, just like this. Okay, feedbox next public feedbox API URL. So I'm just going to go ahead create for the feedbox API URL and API key. Okay, so I have my feedbox API key and the feedbox next public feedbox API URL. That means that this server action for some reason should now work, because if I just hover here, you can see the API key. If I hover here, you can see that we have the endpoint. So basically that means that if I go back components, uh, I should start like seeing some of my data. So you can see like it actually went ahead and now fetched using the stuff we did. So they just like go ahead and style this. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and style this. First of all, go back to I'm just going to go back to components here. So in the review card, first of all, this review here is going to be a grid. If you just look at the design we are copying from landing for you here, it is a grid of maybe 3 cards or 2 cards. So I'm just going to say grid. Okay. I'm just going to say grid cores maybe 1, LG grid cores 2 or 3, whatever you want. I'm just going to go like this. So if I go back now, you can see them here. Let's give them gap of 4, and let's just say here 3. And then we say MD grid cores 2. Okay. Okay. So let's just try to design this now in the review card. The first one is this everything is in flex, which is not my intention. So the first one is the one I want to put in flex. It was supposed to be the stars. Okay. It is supposed to be the stars. And time ago, so these ones. I'm not so sure about this. Just cut this, put it in here, but this one, nope. So this first one supposed to be in flex. Okay, this. Then we put the comments, then the image. Let's now go and see. Yeah, you can see here. So for the stars, this one's supposed to be flex dot justify between dot items center. Now for these ones, they don't need to have items. They just need space X. Let's go ahead and add gap. So for the card, let's just go ahead and say this card is in the grid, gap of 4. Okay, so this 20 hours ago supposed to have somehow there is no need of this. Uh, this grid is supposed to be inside here. Okay. If we just do that, should just have like the grid. Let's see on the review card. The flex item center, justify space between. So we have fix this one. Oh, okay. This one's supposed to be outside. Okay, so you can see we have a grid, nice grid with this. The only thing just going to say put a rating. So this I can just put a p tag here which says rating data dot rating, and you can say to fixed one, and you can see this. Now the image is too big. We can just say 16, and then this one I'm just going to give it a class name of font bold. Then for this should just go to where we have typography, and H1 to this section here. Okay. Just want to cut this, the text center. Just put this in the center. Then padding top. I just like put padding Y for maybe 3. So instead of 200, we're just going to say reviews dot length. Okay, reviews dot length, just like this. So I'm just going to also add 2 tabs onto this. So this will be like just going to add 2 tabs. Okay, so you're just going to get the tabs. Just go here and get tabs. So you just need to get the code and then the preview. We could just like you can have as many snippets as you want, but just going to put one that the person can use, and then like you can just have as many snippets, but this just like show the person how easy it is to put it in their website. Okay, you can just like have as many as possible, but I'm just going to go here and put the tabs. So I'm just going to go here, put the tabs. Uh, where can we put the tabs? I'm just going to go to shard. scroll down to the tabs here. Go to usage, copy this, just put it here and copy this, just put here. So cut this. So we're just going to have here the code. Okay. So just say component code. And then here just going to have code preview component one preview. Like you can just create as many components, but for now I'm just going to go here and do preview. Now for this, for the for the preview, that is okay. Now for the code, we just need to go ahead and copy what we put in what we have in the endpoints. Okay, so you need something like the snippet, and then you need something like this. So I'm just going to copy this, go back to components. So here where we have the component code is going to be here. Let's add this, import code block, import the, so, and if we just need this, let's say component, so let's just import this button. Okay, so I will change this to code. Let's put here full. So this is code. This is preview. Okay, so for this one, let's just say const code, const component code is equal to component code is equal to, so just copy all this code. Okay, so you have to copy this. Okay. Okay, so I think I'm just going to copy everything and then put it inside the component code. Okay. Let's see here. Let's go and see. Let me just go back. So I think we just need to export this in some other place. Okay, but I'm just going to only put this. Okay, just like this. Maybe we're just going to have to add in some other things like this type script and this function and this function. If I attach these, I think we're supposed, let me duplicate this. I'm just going to duplicate this. So in the copy, let me just, oh, in the copy, let me first go ahead and remove all these. I just want to return this. So basically, this is the actual component. So this is the one I want to have. In here. So this is the actual component here. Okay, so if I paste this, okay, let's see where we have the errors. Okay, up here we are good. Up here we are good to here. So here, okay. Okay, to this side where we are using all the backticks. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and remove this. Okay, so this one is the component code. So here just have the component code. The only problems we have in these ones, I'm not sure how to overcome these ones. Do you remove this? So the dollar has, I don't know how to prefix the dollar. If you put the backticks and you put slash n, I'm not so sure. There is one for hmm, I'm just going to give it ChatGPT and see how it can sanitize it. How do I make this a string? With dollar signs. Okay, so you pass it using the slash. So whatever it is, you put like a slash, just like that. Yeah, as you can see, like when you put a slash, it is gone. Okay, just going to copy this complete one. Okay, component code. I'm just going to replace it with this. Okay, so we have no errors. If you go back to this, okay, so you can just say we have the preview and then we have the code. Okay, we could even switch up the stuff. This here, this the all the code all the code you need is perfectly done, including all these other functions that you may just ignite down here. They're also given to you just like that. Okay, so that's good. I guess even the backticks, even if you put the backticks now, they have no harm. Okay, I just not put the backticks. Okay, so we at least have the component code plus this stuff. You could just go ahead and do as many stuff as possible. So as you can see, if we go here on my reviews, and I approve this one. Go to components, go here, refresh. Can see we still have two. This is supposed to be like three or something. Let's just go and see on the API endpoint. Should just like have three of them. Okay, so we have three. Yeah. So you can just go ahead and copy the code, and you can just like make it the way you want. I would also want to go ahead and maybe show this the view one. We also have this one. Someone might want to show something like this one. Maybe we could just like on the components, we could just like put just going to put component code, component preview, and maybe component cards. So I'm just going to have here maybe I'm just going to have here component code. And let's just do this. Okay. So what I just want, I'm just going to put like more cards here. Okay. I'm just going to have like if you want to change the cards, I'm just going to put one more tab, which just duplicate a trigger. Okay, cards. Review review cards. Review component, and even here is going to be a review component card preview. So here just want to create like more cards. So for the cards, I think I will put them alone. Let me just do this cards just like this. I'll put H2 cards. Just go here. We create. We're about to finish. I'm just going to go to Build components. I will create review cards. The tsx rfc. So we should just have like a card and a code. So just create another folder here, cards, cards, and then here, for instance, review card 1.tsx rfc. Just going to go and bring tabs here, copy, then here, like so. So what we want is for each individual card, just say we're just going to say for each individual card, for instance, I can just say card one and then code. Okay. So this is card code. Actually, I would just create a component that takes in those two, but it's just not complicated. Even here, just gonna say card code. Card one and the card one code. Okay. So in the cards, just get space y of 6. So you can just say review card one. We're just going to get these review cards and let's take them to components. Okay. Okay, so you can just say and then review cards. Just say card one code, card two. So just going to be like the way we did these two here, inside here also. The preview of the card plus. So if we just go, let's start with this. Start with this review card here. Just going to go to view card one. So code code string here is going to be equal to this. Just remove this. And then inside here, you can just say const data is equal to, let's just go to at least this side. We copy one of this. Let's go here and paste it here. Save. So if I just come here, review card, okay, and then for the code, I will just go back here and let me copy for the code. This. Just remove this. Okay. Max width. Mm, okay, so we have this, and then the code is here. The review card is of this type. Okay, so we can just go to the another card, the second card. This one, I don't know if we can just say the string. Okay. Even if I remove this, okay, just bring back this. Okay. Uh, what I just need is to put the second card, and the second card is the one we used in the reviews. So I'm just going to go to reviews. I just first go to dashboard reviews. Yeah. So if you go in the columns, I think we put it under columns. You have this dialog, and then in this dialog you have this. Okay, so I will just go ahead. I'm just going to copy this dialog content. I take it to let me find this. I will take it to where we have review card one. I will just rename this to review card two. Okay. Let me just go back to the columns, copy this content, just go to card two. I'm just going to first where we have the review card here. I'm just going to say return and that. So this one is going to be a div. For the header, okay, so then we have description, which I'm just going to call a p tag. Okay, just bring in this link. This one is also going to be a div. So meaning this one becomes redundant. Remove one div. Bring in the image. So this is going to be review. See, I'm just going to put new date of that. Okay. Then this is card two. Mm. Okay. In the card two, let's first look at how this looks like in the card two. Okay, so overall doesn't look bad. The only thing I think we need to put is just the actual card. Okay. So let me just go to down here. So can just like add it in the card. Um, just a second. Let's add the class name here. Shadow border. 6. I don't know the card one. It had this padding of 6. But let me just copy that to card 2. Yeah. Okay. So now I just like put its code. So I'm just going to copy this. Okay, great. So basically we have it done. Okay. Okay, let's just at this point, I think we have done a pretty good job. I'm just going to go ahead and add in icons. So for the forms, can I close all these? I'm just going to go ahead and close all these. Okay. I'm just going to go to procedure forms. For the form, we can use the book. The forms, I'm just going to use this library. So just go to the sidebar. Here, I'm just going to use library big. Okay, done. We have the reviews. So reviews, we just maybe put star. So here we just put star. Okay, just going to put Stella. Okay, so we can just have reviews. Then we have API key. So key. Okay, so for the key, let's just use the actual key, key square, key round. I just go ahead and use the key square. Okay, next is endpoint. Endpoint. This is just like a link. API. I don't think it's there, but I'm just going to do link cable. I'm just going to use cable. Okay, cable. And lastly, we have components. We have components. Okay. So all the sidebar we have updated for the links, which is really great. Okay. So finally, one thing we have to do is we haven't switched the project. So if I switch, we have done it or everything. If I just go ahead and I switch the project to another one, this means a lot. Okay. If I go, for instance, to my reviews, so you can see here we have no reviews, which is good. If you go to the API key, we have no any API key. Now, if we go to the endpoints, of course, the endpoints for them, they will remain the same irrespective of what, whether you haven't, but you will be getting them at that and the server actions and the components doesn't have no problem. But the most important one is to know that here you have no reviews. And if you just go to the form, um, so if I just go to the forms, you just want to see what is on the forms. Okay, so you cannot customize the form simply because there is, for this one, we had not created a review form. It doesn't have any information, but the form you can share this. Okay, so for the other projects, the first two projects, we need to delete them. Let me switch to project X. I will go and run Prisma. Let me just go and run Just first go here. I just want to run Prisma Studio. I will go here to projects. Okay, so I will delete these other projects and I will remain with only one. Okay, so if I go back to the application, you can see now here it loads everything. So here, if you just go here, you see that there is no any other project. Now, if this is so, we have to extend it so that it really doesn't create this effect, I believe. Let me just go to the project selection. Project selection. List box. I'm not sure. The list box. I can see here it has width full. Even this one width is full. I don't know if this one they give them also width is full because when the project is the title is short, doesn't look nice. Maybe we just have to add some. I just want first add list box button. What does this button do? It is the one choose having this selected. I think for it has no problem. The problem is on the options. If I just say min width of like 100 pixels, does this affect? It doesn't. Mm, it has this weird overflow. I don't know where this comes from. And I think because of this whole entire box. 'Cause is the box given a class name? Doesn't have class name. Um, How about this one? Okay, yeah, yeah, that's great. So now this looks absolutely amazing. So now we can also give our new button, we can give it the width is full, this one here, we can give this uh, class name of width is full so that it also completes like this. Yeah. Okay, that's great. So now at this point, I think the primary project is done. I would really want to deploy this and test it. So let's just go ahead and push this and try to deploy it. I'm just going to try to deploy. There is one thing, however, I feel guilty of. I think it is somewhere, I don't know. They just go through very fast. I guess we have a lot of errors, but we fix them one by one. I'm not sure if at this point we need categories page. Really, just going to delete the categories. Okay, we're not having anywhere categories. Okay, just want to go even products. Okay, so let's start with the form. Make sure that the use effects don't have so many dependencies. I think we are good. I think it was this one. Okay, I'm just going to go at this point, try to deploy this, hoping everything is still okay. I'm just going to try to deploy this as our version one that has a basic functionality. Okay, components page. What's that? Just go to all pages, make sure that they are showing. Good API key, good endpoints, good components. So everything is okay. I'm just going to go ahead and let's push this, guys. Just going to go here, clear. Yes, I'm going to say git add and git commit minus and you say complete project. And it's gonna say and git push. Okay, so we're just going to go to Vaser. I'm just going to reduce on the open tabs. I'm just going to reduce on the open tabs. Okay, I just want to go here on add new project. Okay, so can you see here Feedbox Sync? Okay, let's just go ahead and add. Let's just go and add the environmental variables. Okay, I'm just going to go to. Okay, so I've added all the environmental variables. I'm just going to click on deploy. So I know this will have like a lot of errors, but we're just going to go ahead, we'll fix them. Uh, and then we just need to update and we see how this is going to be doing. Okay, so I'm just going to wait for a second. Okay, so we have um our first error. Just going to inspect here and we see. Okay, so first one is, you can see the first one is in the dashboard. From page, use state is called in the function page that is neither a React component nor a custom React hook. Okay, so in this from page, and then another one is React hook is called in the function page. So if you are going to make something to use, let's just go to the form here, dashboard form. So the first thing is you have to make it just like this form page. So if you are going to make something to be used client here and it is a page, you must make sure that it has the page is named in capital letter like this to make sure this is a React component. And we have to check for all of them. So I'm just going to go to these. Now the good thing, so like this one now, this has no problem because we are not having any use client. Go to component. If you check here on top, you don't have any of that. Endpoint, there is no any, so it is this one and this one. So this one, just going to say review page, just like this. That is now a component, and I think this one has no problem. We still have this. I think we will have to fix this dashboard. Here we have to mention how many projects you have and blah blah on the dashboard. Let's go on with the errors. So missing dependency, project.id. Then we have dashboard reviews, and then column, we're missing key in the review columns. We did a map somewhere. We can just like search for map. Okay, so wherever you have a map, you must have a key. Make sure you have a key. And then here you're just going to have like underscore index, and we can just put here index. Okay, moving on with the errors. Okay, so just like commit those changes, and we shall see the next level of errors we will get. Okay, just push those ones. Okay, so I will just go here, click on Feedbox Sync. I'm just going to again just wait. Okay, we have another error. This one is also missing key. I don't know, in generate API. In the review card 2, just going to find the map. The same thing. Okay, I think there is no any other place. And then we also have somewhere here. I'm not sure if we have issues with disabling the ESLint. Um, I'm just going to go ahead and push that one. Let me just hear where they just say, just push this one. Okay, let's check here. So dashboard component page, just saying that the page does not match the required type of Next.js page. Time ago is not a valid page export field. So I'm just going to go to components. Okay, where we have, I think, this function here. So we have the default export, then we have this function review card, and now we actually export this. It's supposed just to be a normal function, just like this. Okay, I think to just like valid page exports. So also changed that. I'm just going to go and push that. Okay, so finally, it has gone through. So you can see here we have it deployed. So we have to go to settings and we update a few things. I'm just going to go here. You can start by copying this link for Next.js to work. So I'm just going to go to settings. We can just go to this project settings, environmental variables. So we have a lot of variables here. I'm just going to go to next auth URL here. So that's the first one to edit. So change this to that. Save. Then the second one is next break base URL. This one. I think those are the two ones which are depending on the on those ones, and others actually we don't need in this project, like the post hog and so on and so forth. But I think then the API key I will just leave it, and then the API URL. Okay, I'm just going to edit this API URL. I think it has changed to this. Save. Okay, so with that, we have to go ahead and redeploy. So you can just click on this deployments. You have to go here and let's go ahead and redeploy. So as it is redeploying, I'm just going to change a few things. Let's just redeploy. If you just go here, we need to go to the dashboard. And I don't know why we don't have any link to the dashboard, I guess. But we need a link to the dashboard. We could also remove it if we wanted. We could redirect. We can just like make sure when you go to. Let's just go to the dashboard. So you can just like make sure when you go to the dashboard, it redirects you to. You can see in the dashboard. Basically, we don't have anything. Okay, but we can possibly just like remove this by simply going to the dashboard. If you just go to this dashboard page, and if it is this one, so this is the dashboard page. We can just go, so wherever we just come here, we just simply redirect to dashboard reviews. Dashboard reviews. Dashboard reviews. Now, as you can see this here now, it doesn't actually read this. Like this return is not being reached because it will just redirect using this one. Okay, so we can just like avoid it that way. Here inside you could actually remove everything. Okay, and you could just like add maybe a p tag of loading, but I don't think this one will be ever seen even. So every time you just do this, it will be taking you to your reviews. Okay, so if we reload now, go to this. Okay. Didn't actually redirect us. Like we are on the dashboard page, but there is no any redirecting. But I think we can just like leave it for giving analytics. Okay, I'm just going to leave it for just going to give it to leave this page for we can put analytics, but I just want to see if it redirects. It doesn't. So we just like, yeah, okay, later on it has redirected to reviews. Okay. Uh, so if we just go to dashboard, okay. Uh, I don't know what to do with that dashboard page, whether it should be there or not. But I think we're just going to leave it there to give us some bit of like analytics. Like it tells you the projects you have and maybe for each project how many reviews you have. I think that is a good overview and maybe also switching between projects. I'm just going to leave it here. For now, I'm just going to just say H2 analytics. And just going to go to right now. I think here we'll just like also create why you can show the projects you have. Yeah, this one can show the project list, the dashboard. Yeah, and I think on this we can just like show the analytics. It can show projects and then the project where you can create even a new project and even switch to a project. Ah, okay, so here it has already finished doing this. So I want us to test this. Maybe let's just go to the dashboard. I don't know where we are going to put the dashboard link. Maybe we put it here on top of the inside the collect or manage. Okay, inside the manage, I will also put dashboard. So in the sidebar, they just where you have the reviews, I'm just going to add another link. Sorry, I will just add another link inside here which says dashboard. In fact, they just say projects, maybe, and this is going to be on the dashboard. And you can just say maybe grade. Okay, so we can just go ahead and add the same table we have, the same table we have for reviews. Just going to copy this and let me just go and inside dashboard, say columns, the tsx. Okay, and then in the page, just go here in the same page like this. Just paste it here. Okay, so this one is going to be different. So here we just get all projects by this user. So can we just go ahead and go to projects, get user projects. So we have here where we have get all user projects and we pass in this. Go to here and let me just first remove most of these things here. Okay, const user projects is equal to wait get. So we need to pass in the user ID. So const session is equal to await get server session. Okay, let's just make this async. Just change this to be a server component. Get this. So you can now pass in session to use dot id. Okay, and then you can just do this. Let's first see the return of this. Okay, good. So here just going to say projects, add project, and where we are adding the project, it is on the projects, then use ID. So you can just say just go to projects. Okay, projects, and then let's say dollar. Just like this. Okay, just get this user ID just like this, passing it here. Data is user projects. Uh, Model. So here just going to have user projects, user projects. So let's just go and import the columns. Just first remove these imports that we don't need. Stable header. Now for this, let's fix the columns here. So this one is going to be projects. Okay. Project. So we just only need to show the project name. Okay. So there is a name just like this. There is no image. There is no comment. We can just like show the view. So the view part of this is just going to is going to be a button just like this. And there is no any approval. Create. Created ad is okay. And for now, I will also disable the actions. So we have view, which is going to be taking to reviews. So inside here, I'm just going to enter link. I'm just going to add a link. href taking to dashboard reviews. As child. So this view, but it will also take in an on click, I think. This, I think a link can also take in an on click. Do I define this function here? Like handle click. Is this even allowed? I'm not so sure. If I do this, like for instance, console.log clicked, and then on this, I just say handle click. Okay. I think that is the two things you can just do. And you can see there is no any errors right now. So if you just go back here, dashboard columns, line 93, I think we have already fixed that. Okay, so you can see you have only project X and you can just go ahead and view it. So if we wanted, we can just go ahead and so for instance, you saw things like how many reviews you have. Okay. Mm. Actually, just going to this button here. It should just be showing us the number of reviews. So if you just go and see, if you just go and look at these projects, we can first see where we have get all the projects like this. So you can just say include reviews and you say true. So this one will just include the reviews. So when we go back to the side columns, okay. So this one, which I'll just say, we can just say get the reviews here. Is equal to review dot. So you can see here they give you this. They don't give you any other things. It's just because of this here. So we can define another type here. Type project with reviews. We could just say this one is going to be interface. Interface. I'm just going to say this extends. So we already have project which comes from here. Okay, so you say this extends project. Okay, and we just only want to add reviews, which is of type review, just like this. So now here we put project with reviews. So now down here, we can actually have the reviews by saying it's going to be review dot reviews dot length. So you can just get the number of reviews this project has, and then we can just say, for instance, reviews reviews reviews. Here I'm just going to say reviews. Okay, so when you click it, and then here we should switch. Okay, here just going to go to project selection menu. So exactly the code we added here on this function. Okay, I'm just going to go back to column, this here, handle project switch. We don't have this. We can just say console.log item. Now in this case, we don't need even take item because we're inside the item. Here, just going to say review. So the project is going to be here, review build ID, review dot name, and here review dot slab. Okay, and then switches, and then I don't know if we need to reload the page now that we are. Okay, and by the way, so we could just like make this a button. There is no need of doing this. Then we could just instead say window dot, would create a router here. So const router is equal to use router, and then afterwards here we could, after switching, then we can say router dot push. Okay, we just push to dashboard reviews. Okay, I'm just going to remove this just here like that. Then here just gonna say on collect and project switch. Okay, unexpected. Just refresh. There is here children only expected to receive a single React element. Okay, so where could the problem be? Is it is it about this? Let me first comment this and see. Definitely must be about that. Okay. So the problem is on this component. Probably I'll put a lot of things. React children only expects to receive a single React child. So why is it saying only single React child? Okay, is because of this as child. Okay, so you can see here project X, it has three reviews. Okay, if we created any other project, they just create here a sample project. Okay, and this component, let's just first modify it. Project form. Let's go here, create a project. Just want to create project instead of just like, so just go here. I'm just going to say uh, Next.js starter kit. Okay, just like this. So when you create it, it will switch. Just wait. Okay, so you can see here Next.js starter Clark, it has zero reviews. This one has three reviews. So right now you can see the selected one is Next.js starter Clark. So if I just click on this three reviews and I want to view this one, you can see, okay, so it has switched logically because you can see here, but then here it hasn't switched. So what we need to do is let me just go here. In this function, we need to, I'm just going to go back to that function. We need to reload the page. Every time we are switching, we need to reload the page. So I'm just going to go to column here. So here on this function, uh, I will reload the page. I will just router dot push, but then I will just say window dot location dot reload, because this one might just route without changing, actually without reloading the page. So I just want now to do it one more time and I see. Okay, so click. Okay, so you can see now it is switching, but at the same time it has reloaded now to this one. It didn't necessarily route. Okay. Um, So what we can just do is so as these both of them they use the location, as you can see here, location dot reload. Would want first push after reaching this page and then reload. So what we could do is we could do this on the reviews page where we have this use effect. We just start this page by maybe first reloading the page. Let's see how that one does it. If now I go to reviews, okay, so this is crazy. Just stop it. So I'm just going to leave it just like the way it is here. We'll be routing to this, but reloading. Okay, maybe we first do reload here, and then after we push, maybe that one can work. Maybe we push after 5 seconds. I just gonna say it's timeout. Okay, we can say timeout. Okay, so here I can just go ahead and say after 5 seconds, maybe let's just do router dot push. Let's first go back to the dashboard. Okay, so let's switch. So it reloads and then it switched, but then didn't do route. Okay, so I'm just going to leave it also at that. Maybe here we just going to return. That's why it didn't maybe. We're on this. Let's just go to this. Okay, it is not running the router. Is it because uh, just this? Not so sure. Is that like how you write the set timeout function? Okay, so the pushing is not happening. Okay, so what I will just do, let's push. Okay, let's only push. Okay, so if I just go to this, yeah, so you can see, though here we still see project X. Okay, you still see project X selected, but then here it is showing us actually for reviews for this. Okay, we could also on the reviews page, we already have the project, so we can just put it here, for instance. I'm just going to rename this. Uh, we just put dollar project dot name reviews. So like we'll be having now the prefix. Okay, so you can see Next.js data clerk, then reviews. Just use spacing. So this one will be showing the reviews for Next.js clerk. Reviews here. Okay. Yeah. They go back to projects. Okay. It you can see from here. You can also add a new project just like that. Yeah. I think that's really cool. So just push these changes and then we do the testing. I'm just going to push. I'm just going to say, you just say modified the dashboard page. Okay. Okay, so now we need to do an actual testing. Okay, if you click on this one, there is a new build. So we could just like prepare um yeah, we have some error. Let's just try to see it. Dashboard columns is router is called in SL. So yes, columns. Let's just call this outside. Uh, we just record it even like here. I think it can still work because if you look at these columns, it is just like an array. Yeah. Okay, so line is 30. Um, it seems like they're saying that invite hook call, which can be called inside the body of the function. Okay, so we have const columns, and here we have an array of columns. So that means that I cannot use the router dot push because I tried to use it. They are telling me I used it inside a cell. So you cannot use it inside the cell. Oh, but you can use it inside the component, right? You could have used it inside the component, but then how? Okay, so what I could just do is basically use here a link. I'm just going to use link instead to dashboard reviews. And then here, just add this. So now we can use as a child, and then we can put this on a click on this. Okay, let's see if this solved the problem. And then I'm just going to remove this router now that I'm not using it. Okay, so you can just route to this. Okay, you can just now let's push this and see. So as it is just like loading here, we need to try and see that we can go to this version. I'm just going to router here. And I'm just going to log in. Just use rate mode. So just going to go here and I don't know which account do I have. You know if that is the account I have. Okay, so here we have some problems. Okay, just first wait for this one to finish building. Okay, so I've refreshed. Let me just go to the dashboard. Okay, we still have the this bug. I'm not sure what is the problem. Client-side execution has occurred. See the browser console. Cannot read properties of undefined name. On the dashboard name. Uh, so on the page, we have projects. There is nowhere we have name. Okay, just say for instance reviews. Okay, I think the we just added the name. I think it must be this here project name. And here we can just say false if the project does not exist. Okay, I'm just going to try to push this now and see. Just check this one. Okay. Uh, this bug must be due to so there is no any part that is working. Dashboard form. Okay. This must be due to if you check in the application, I think he's trying to look at the local storage here, looking for this key project because right now we don't have any project. Okay, so that's I think where the problem is coming from. Because everything is dependent on that key. So, okay, so I get the concept. Let's just first go back here. Okay, I'm just going to log out. So, initially supposed to start by going to create. So, just create a user here. I'm just going to go ahead and create a user by fill. Let's give this person a password. Okay, so this I'm just going to create okay the email Okay, so you can see here, I'm just going to copy this email before it goes, and the password was login at 2026. So I'll create here one project. I'm just going to just say here, uh, my Next.js course. Okay, and then just login. Yeah, so right now it makes sense, right? So we can just like right now it makes sense for sure. So you cannot start by signing in, even if because the app we had an account was the one at localhost. You cannot start by signing in. You start by creating an account, and eventually you just have to go and so I think we have to put that protection but that was like a genuine mistake. So right now we have 0 reviews. Okay, so we can just go ahead and go to the form, and you can see on the form we can now customize this thing, write a review, and even this YouTube link. We have this and the thank you page, everything. So I think right now this is really nice. I can just go ahead uh, we can just say go ahead and try to share the form, and you can see the form gives you this new that was reviews form, Next.js course. Let's go and investigate this into another browser actually. So if you just go to another browser, okay, the dark mode is not well done. I'm just going to stick to the light mode. So we get this page, which is nice. Create, and then someone can just say what is the best experience. I'm just going to say uh, MKJB full stack dev at this is hub, and then you can just like put here this is optional, but maybe you could just like go ahead and find YouTube. Okay, let's just like get this video here. Go ahead and put it here. Just give it a full review. This was an amazing course. Okay, the image upload I think still have issues. Let's just go and see. It refused it as we are testing it. I don't think it has worked yet. That is something we can work on, I think. Okay, something we can just work on. Oh, okay. So you can see like it works. Okay, so I'm just going to go here and submit the review. So submit here, and then review submitted. Thank you. Thank you for your feedback. Okay, and now if we just go back to the app, this side. Okay, just go to the reviews now, and now we have one review. Okay, as you can see it here. Okay, um, if we just go and approve this, we can just go to the endpoints. There is an endpoint here, just going to get in a second. Okay. First of all, if you try to copy this and you go to this, you can see API keys required. Okay. So let's go first generate an API key here, generate. Okay, so the API key is generated. I'm just going to copy it, go to this side in the sandbox here, get API key, and then this I've added it here, I think, and let's make bring our endpoint. Just go back to the endpoint. This one is B046. Let me confirm the API key. Yeah. Let me just click on endpoints, copy. Okay. I'm just going to go here. Add this endpoint here. Oh, sorry. Here you put HTTP. So yes, send. Yeah. So you can see we have one review just like this. Okay. This is really, really great. Okay, so this is working so fine, and I'm so much happy with the result and so far what we have done with the application. And now you can just go to the components and you can just review the review component. You can just preview this. Okay. This part here, I don't know why it is still having this data here. I don't know why it is getting this. They seem like they are not updating. These ones are hard coded, but then these ones, uh, if you look at this, oh, we are still, I think, we are still using the old API key. So for this case, since we have generated like the API key, we could just like go ahead and do that. So we'll just like use this one as the sample, how they look like. These ones are really sample. They have nothing to do with this person's stuff. Mm, I think we have just like to change and it uses it gets the in the actual code here. This one is on the part of the components. Okay, so it is just like getting this. Okay, we might actually just use go and gate project reviews, gate project. Okay, this one I don't know it takes in what. So this one takes in this one wants project ID. It would make us to use this whole thing to make it. We have to turn all this into a use effect thing and all that. Okay, we're just going to use those ones as a sample. I'm just going to leave the one choose there. These ones are going to work as a sample of how this would look like. Okay, great. So our project is done. We have tested it is working. That's really cool. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next video. Maybe I plan to take this to the next level to update it to add the pricing. Okay, for now it's just going to be free, guys. I'm just going to be running on a free plan, but later on we're just going to start running. We're just going to start running to upgrade some. I will put in some sort of billing so that a person can only create one project and so on and so forth. But thank you so much to build us together up to this point. So much exhausted, but it was really nice. So thank you so much. I will see you in the next one.